Atualiza aqui. Pra ver se já voltou. Aí, voltou. Mete aqui de lado. Já atualiza, gerencia aqui. Ok. Salvar. Beleza. Agora abre o chat aqui também. Os dois chats estão abertos. O tamanho do chat do YouTube. Agora vamos voltar pro jogo. Eu vou ler tudo de novo aqui. Ok, né? Acho que eu tinha parado em velocidade sobrenatural. Velocidade sobrenatural. Vampiros podem agir e se movimentar como um mortal em todas as suas ações, mas para um olhar treinado, é possível ver que eles têm sentidos aguçados e reagem mais rápido do que qualquer mortal. Em certas ocasiões, susto, surpresa, necessidade de fugir, viu um vampiro se movimentar tão rápido que parecia ter desaparecido para reaparecer em outro lugar. O olho humano é incapaz de seguir os movimentos dele quando agem dessa maneira, mas não se trata de teletransporte ou desmaterialização. Trata-se apenas da velocidade sobrenatural. Para mim, é um atributo felino que os permite correr, esquivar e pular mais rápido. E em maiores distâncias do que nós. Também notei que tal velocidade parece deixá-los exaustos e que estão sujeitos a limitações físicas. Mesmerização. Uma das habilidades mais poderosas que um vampiro pode usar é a capacidade de forçar um mortal a obedecê-lo. Chamam esse atributo de mesmerização, porém não tem nada a ver com a habilidade de um mortal alternar o estado mental de um indivíduo. Vampiros podem influenciar um mortal como bem entendem e podem até destruir sua mente. Um vampiro que entrevistei me disse que quanto mais o indivíduo resiste, mais permanente será o dano causado, como se o vampiro literalmente quebrasse o psique do alvo. O mesmo vampiro explicou que era necessário tempo para dominar essa habilidade e o resultado poderia variar consideravelmente de um indivíduo para o outro. Implantar uma memória falsa ou apagar uma dolorosa, as possibilidades são infinitas e assustadoras. Consciência sobre o sangue, talvez esta seja a habilidade mais catastrófica de todos, já que é causa de inúmeras tragédias, tanto para nós como para os vampiros. Vampiros anseiam por sangue, eles têm de usar sua força de vontade para evitar beber desenfreadamente toda gota de sangue que aparece na sua frente. Eles precisam de sangue para funcionar e usar todo o potencial de seus atributos sobrenaturais. Um vampiro faminto pode ficar muito enfraquecido mesmo que não possa morrer de fome ou sede. Talvez essa vontade e essa necessidade de sangue explique o motivo dos vampiros serem tão atraídos por ele. Um vampiro me confessou que às vezes sangue pode cegá-lo, já que o cheiro e a atratividade deles são tão fortes quanto o vampiro se foca. Ele quase consegue ver sangue ao redor, dentro de corpos quentes, através de paredes, em uma arma supostamente limpa, etc. O mesmo vampiro me disse que ele consegue perceber se um mortal tem sangue limpo ou se está doente, e em alguns casos pode até detectar doenças, roupas ou itens infectados em um quarto. Se isso for verdade, então poderia haver tantas explicações médicas que é até impossível de acreditar. Vamos ver o que mais tem aqui. Pode faz nada. Tá dando essa travadinha. Analise o sangue de William Bishop na bancada. Descubra quem está espionando Thelma.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Tenho pontos pra gastar. Aumenta o dano causado pela mordida em combate. Aumenta a regeneração de vida ao usar mordida em combate. sua vida, aumentar seu vigor, aumentar sua capacidade de sangue, aumentar a absorção de sangue, usar morte de combate. Barreira de sangue, que é uma barreira invisível que absorve dano direto até se dissipar ou ser destruída. Aumenta o seu vigor. Eu vou com a habilidade ofensiva agora. Sobrou 45 pontos.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. What about my thirst for blood?
Ah, tinha aqui que eu não vi.
I not want to make wait, Doctor. I've patients to attend.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse. Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Não dá pra me perguntar nada, então.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Esse é problema psicológico, tá ligado?
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of me blood. And the pain,
Então ela
it's
realmente é
real
uma
for
vampira?
once.
She could decide to bite
Ou
less
será que ela é uma maluca mesmo?
willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Disgust on every street corner. A daily routine.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Caralho, o maluco é bom, hein?
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. It's locked. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Não, esse daí tá trabalhando. Não vou fazer pergunta pro coitado agora, não. Deixa eu trabalhar aí, pô. Já comecei com essa, já.
Good evening, Miss
I
Hunt.
need blood, Doctor. Warm.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities. Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised. But I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett's. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Aqui eles já estão dentro do hospital, peraí. É, estão dentro do hospital. Já tem muita gente pra conversar, interrogar essa coisa.
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True, true. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is, I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about
Nossa,
it?
muita
My
coisa.
wife died
Conversar
because of
todo mundo
me.
essa porra de jogo, é?
And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Essa daí foi foda, hein?
Children, Helen.
Muito valiente. Milton, desconhecido. Ah, esse desconhecido aqui é o doutor que ela falou lá, né? Não, passei.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any concerns?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No, I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather...
I'll let you get...
I'm alright.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
Aí eu sou idiota mesmo.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Tell me about it.
I don't want to talk.
I have to go now, sir. But don't head...
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
How can we be sure we're making a difference?
Cheguei na parte de trás do hospital. Tomar conta, hein? Tá o necrotério. O necrotério fica ali. Cara, eu acho que eu vou lá no... Nesse esconderijo. Não. Quarentena, doença contagiosa. Pode entrar ou sair da área de quarentena sem escrita das autoridades sanitárias locais, exceto os funcionários autorizados pela... Podem alterar e destruir ou remover este cartão. Desrespeito a esta regra será multado.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody...
Nada nessa sala. Já passei por aqui. Já não tem nada. aqui.
It's locked, all right. Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. I cannot enter. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Eu deveria ter tentado tatuar ele.
Balls of Mars, fortified. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Esse é um problema. Vou ter que encarar dois ao mesmo tempo.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Ai, cara. O cara tá me sabotando, véi. Opa. Caralho, mano, eu queria tortar o cara pra chupar o sangue dele, o cara quase me fode. Opa, não, tem mais um aqui. Quer ver mais? Cadê? Lá na frente tem. Vou cuidar desse daqui primeiro. Caralho, mano! Cara safado. Vou até reparar minha vida normal.
It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Você adquiriu um novo tipo de arma de mão posta. Para equipar, aperte. Equipe-a e aperte para obter sangue. Como é que faz para equipar a arma? Deixa eu ver. Eu não consigo equipar. Escritório médico legista do Hospital Pembroke. Relatório de investigação. Falecido Samuel Connor. Raça caucasiano. Sexo masculino, idade de 19 anos, endereço de residência desconhecido, profissão pescador. Tipo de morte natural, provável causa da morte pneumonia de progressão rápida causada por consolidação pulmonar de origem viral, gripe espanhola. Participantes dos exames: Dr. Corona Chips, enfermeira Catherine Banner. Nome e assinatura do médico legista: Dr. Corona Chips.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
Ah, aqui, velho. Ah, mas que foi esse cara? Absorção de sangue. Ah, foi só arma de duas mãos. Então vamos com essa. Vamos com a serra e aqui. Como é que faz pra trocar de arma? Bosta. Enfim, deixa aí. Ah, tá tentando me atordoar, é? Travar a mira. Esqueci de travar de mira. Vai ter que fazer melhor que isso, mano. Ai, eu morri! Ah, vou tomar de suco. Ai, caralho. Ai!
These skulls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting. Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Tô sem sangue, velho. Caralho, velho. Vem, corno, eu preciso sugar mais teu sangue. Ah, não, velho. Que isso? Do nada esse corno. Aí, vida tá quase cheia. Tem mais aqui, velho. Estamina, 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 estamina. Estamina, 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 estamina. Beleza. Agora nós sair aqui. Do nada brocou uns 300 e... Calma, tá maluco. Ah, eu não vou fabricar agora, eu vou lá conversar com aquele cara lá do esconderijo lá pra ver se eu consigo os negócios do cara. É aqui? Eu não tô na área, você precisa achar. Tá no subsolo. Onde é que tá o subsolo? Ah, tá aqui atrás.
It's a leech!
Ai, carai! Vai, carai!
There's one of them vermin!
Aí tu fica dando essas... Aí você vai dar uma sopa, tá? Deixa eu sugar esse sanguinho seu aí. Você está caçando aqui. No 25 de outubro, D. Posto de comando da guarda de Pilven. Patrulha. Para patrulhas em West End. Assunto: atividade vampírica, hospital inspecionar, investigar. 3 dias atrás, um dos nossos recrutas ouviu um rumor sobre a presença de um vampiro fêmea no hospital Pembroke, West End de Londres. Temos apenas o nome dela, Thelma. Sua missão é ir lá discretamente observar qualquer atividade suspeita relacionada à censura. Reportar diretamente para nós e então decidiremos o que deve ser feito. Eu tava procurando cobre e achei foi ouro. Dá pra subir lá? Dá não. Estado grave. Castelo. Cavada. Caralho, mano, quando é que eu tô indo atrás desse cara?
It's locked. I cannot enter. It's locked.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed.
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No soul anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Nossa, ele matou o irmão.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chadana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir. Please show me what. Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm...
Óptio, codeína, solução de hipoclorito de sódio e tártaro ferroso. Você precisa de alguma dessas coisas ou sei onde encontrar? Nossa, preciso de mais grana.
It's locked.
Sua cidade precisa de você. Cada vida é salva por bons serviços médicos ou um duro golpe contra a epidemia de gripe. Voluntários fazem a diferença. Pergunte no escritório de recrutamento mais próximo no Ministério de Trabalho e Defesa Nacional ou escreva para 15 Kings em Londres. King Ways, Londres.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plane and called medical men.
How long must I wait, damn it? Blaming me will not further your agenda, sir. Yeah, you have the right to disapprove of our methods, and you will kindly apologize when you're feeling better.
Yes, Doctor?
That's all.
Bom, ainda não investiguei todo o hospital. Você deseja componentes suficientes para fabricar um medicamento tratamento para Fight.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Doenças reduzem a qualidade do sangue de um cidadão. Trate-os com remédio adequado. Fale com o paciente no quarto atrás-de-dote e verifique o quadro clínico dele.
Good evening, sir.
Rato no hospital.
Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Aperte para verificar o quadro clínico dele.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt.
How painful.
So
I'll let you get...
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
This hospital seems to be falling apart. But in the circumstances,
Lembre-se, o sangue cidadãos concede um grande bônus de experiência. Procure Possuidores do mesmo nível de enfeitiçar ao inferior. Escolha com cuidado. Ah, não dá pra falar com ela não. Ah, tá.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor. Warm.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
I cannot enter.
Paciente Thomas Everwood, sexo masculino de 28 anos, médico responsável Dr. Tips. Estado em recuperação, data de admissão 16 de setembro, data da liberação sem observação. O rosto do paciente sofreu queimaduras graves e foi desfigurado por uma bomba durante a guerra. Mesmo com o uso de sedativos fortes, ele afirma frequentemente sentir as dores das feridas, como se as chamas ainda queimassem sobre a pele. Segundo o que diz, exames de tecido e cicatriz não indicam traços de inflamação, infecção ou inchaço. As cicatrizes estão limpas. Seria este o caso de dano persistente aos nervos? O paciente está sempre se culpando pela própria desfiguração. Poderia ser o caso de culpa do sobrevivente? Dores fantasma manifestando-se como punição por não morrer com seus companheiros? Como eu falei, pô, o problema é psicológico.
It's locked, all right.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Interessante, mano. O jogo tá ficando cada vez melhor, tá ligado? Ah, tá pra ali, ó. Deixa eu conversar com aquela dali.
At least that mistress
Ah,
of the
ela tá lá
dark
dentro.
has stopped following me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
O cara vende arma, carai.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
There are a lot of secrets round here. I'm not surprised someone tried to make money from them.
What kind of secrets?
I'm not in the gossip business, Dr. Reed. If you want to know more, you better talk to Harriet Jones. She's the oldest patient here.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Caralho, eu achando que o cara ia tá nas armas aqui, o cara me veio com uma espingardinha só, mano. Porra. Aí é foda, hein? Tô esperando uma metranca, uma P40. Ah, não, isso é uma Primeira Guerra Mundial. Primeira Guerra Mundial tinha P40, não, foi só a Segunda.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Ah, era mesmo que eu não tinha falado ainda porque a porta estava trancada antes.
What?
Né?
What? What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Royal Garden Hard State. Ted Fitch apresenta Doris Fletch. Safo.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
What can you...
Let me get...
Não tem mais nada. É, nada.
Goodbye, now.
Tá. Deixa eu ver. Tem mais uma enfermeira que tá no segundo andar. No terceiro, talvez. What? Vou testar, velho. Tem algum subsolo nesse hospital? Pelo amor de Deus. Aqui, ó. E a Rex.
So tired. I will not let you down, my boy. This shift never ended.
And I thought last time was
Achei mais um. By this horrifying epidemic.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if
Eu
you
acho
need
que é a
assistance.
Rex. Com certeza que foi ela.
If only I were young again. Just a dozen years or
Da hora, ela deve estar aqui embaixo. Aperte o B para ativar o sentido. Se um cidadão estivesse comportando de maneira suspeita, o coração dele emitirá um brilho diferente ao olhar para o cidadão. Você desbloqueará uma interação especial.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. Taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
I have all the information I need for now.
Thank you, Doctor.
It's locked.
Bloody crime!
It's locked, all right.
Esconderijo. Por nosso país, por nossa pátria, por nossa nação. Certeza que é isso. Confia.
I cannot enter.
Você acha que os vampiros se escondem nos casebres e becos escuros de Londres? Não, eles se escondem nos clubes e casas mais chiques de West End. E eu sei até que alguns deles governam o império em segredo. Eles têm um clube, eles controlam figuras públicas, eles têm bares e festas chiques. Eles querem controlar o país e os nossos destinos. Precisamos desmascarar estes inimigos mesquinhos da humanidade, que vieram ao mundo para nos levar direto para as trevas e ao inferno. Sabe-se que eles são, mas sentem medo de dizer os nomes. Mais logo eu direi, e todos os habitantes de Londres saberão os nomes da casa de vampiros, Clarice Cruisley. Para mais informações, entre em contato comigo. Então essa maluca tá passando um monte de informação. Será que é ela que tá chantageando a nossa amiga Lady? Será o que eu esqueci até o nome? Lady Ashwood. Ah, precisa de solução de cloreto de sódio. Anemia sepese, já vi lá. Sepese. Ovo da Índia. Quarentena influenza, quarentena gripe. Não se aproxime desta área por ordem da Secretaria da Saúde e oficial sanitário. Caralho. Caralho, tem dois, velho. E como é que eu faço pra matar eles agora? Vocês querem ver como é que a gente faz pra matar dois desses? Tira esse aqui. Tá vendo isso aqui? Você faz isso aqui. Já foi. Já foi também. Respeita a minha história. Putz, tá lá do outro lado, né? Tô vendo menos ali. Tem onde passar ali, não? Não, antes desse.
This is no place for you, sir. Stop now! Crush the leech, boy!
Ah, 3x1 é fácil, pode vir 5x1 aí pra ver se ele aguenta. Ah, achei que dava pra descer aqui, velho.
No one is here. Relax.
Ah, adoro tirar.
Don't worry. We're safe. Don't worry, we're safe.
Ah, então como é que eu vou descer? Ah, vou ter que dar um jeito de descer aí, né? Para os cidadãos de Londres, toque de recolher, alerta oficial da saúde. Os sinos da igreja farão o toque de recolher às 9 da noite. Todos os cidadãos devem evitar circular nas ruas até às 5 da manhã. Nova ordem para toda a cidade. Utilização de máscaras para prevenir que a infecção se alastre. Membros de sua família adoecer, informe imediatamente a autoridade. Toque de recolher aberto às 9. Aqui não tem como passar. Vou dar um jeito, relaxa. Tem dois, né? Você me deu muito pouco sangue. Mais sangue, mais sangue, mais sangue. Aqui é no hospital. Ué. Sou cidadão. Ah, that's good.
Relax.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals. Or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Dois scroll ali, né? Deixa eu varrer esses dois do mapa primeiro. Então, deixa eu voltar na parede da missão.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Dois scrolls. Scroll furtivo. Dois scroll furtivo. Deixa eu detonar isso aqui. Ah, tá perdido, então é assim.
I have this thirst for blood. What sort of creature is this?
Aí é foda, hein? Ah! Ah, caralho! Ah, pelo amor de Deus, mano. Bicho roubado da porra, velho.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Agora vai.
What sort of creature is this?
Ah, qual foi, tio? Vai dar pra entendi o seu padrão. Ah, pelo amor de Deus, tá aí demais, tá aí demais. Vai precisar fazer melhor que isso. Ai, caralho. Pelo amor de Deus, irmão, é só ficar aqui, ó, no lightzinho, desviando seus ataques. Você tá mais forte que eu, então por que eu vou me arriscar tentar te atacar toda hora? Talvez eu é. Caramba. Aí? Toma. Eu sou o rei de kite. Não vai conseguir me ferir, não. Respeita a minha história.
Here's what's left of him.
Levou
Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
Se você estiver doente ou não tiver dinheiro, seja você quem for, onde quer que esteja, venha falar com Dorothea para receber ajuda. Sem truques, sem custo, sem perguntas. Apenas vá para casa Darius Peter Cruz e apresente este cupom. Ah, tá. Agora tá em, sei lá, que linguagem é essa? Daqui utente brevei sino avet bene. Oricene artifici de orionte. Et veni. Caralho, mano, tá fazendo
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Salvar cidadão. Cuidado, esse cidadão em perigo pode não sobreviver mais uma noite. Vou examiná-lo. Que cidadão que tá em perigo? Ah, tá.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Nossa, eu tenho muito ponto de experiência pra gastar. Vai, é bom. Tá maluco, joguei muito bem. Você tá falando com fogo? Jogo pra caralho, irmão. Jogo muito. Nossa, solução de... Nossa, agora dá pra fazer uns remedão aí. Agora vai dar.
Jesus, I've never seen so many people.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed, still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
Do you ever think about that poor fellow I saw you push in the water?
The wound he gave me will make sure I don't forget him. Still fucking hurts. Boss had cut me good.
That man was determined to murder you. You almost died.
What a surprise. The first time I met him, he nearly shit himself. Fucking coward. I guess revenge gives you balls.
What did he want? Revenge?
I recently had to kill his brother. Poor arsehole thought it would be easy to return the favour.
Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
How is your hospitalization going, Mr. Cox?
This is a shitty place with shitty staff. But as long as I'm treated all right, I'll be fine.
What's wrong with the Pembroke staff?
That bastard you sent to bring me here, Milton. I thought he was going to break all my bones before I reached my bed.
I see. Any other smart comments?
The nurses aren't too ugly. Especially that foxy one, Nurse Crane. Pretty brunette, tough attitude, all like that.
What's wrong with the hospital?
Come on, Dr. Reed. The place is a dump. Smelly, sad, and dirty.
But you're alive thanks to the efforts and dedication of the staff here, aren't you?
What are you expecting, a medal? I thought that saving lives was just part of the job. Must be an unsatisfactory profession at this time, I'm sure.
Rapaz, uma vontade de quebrar esse cara na porrada.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us in the end.
I ain't afraid of death. I don't hide who I am. I live my life honestly, which is more than I can say for most folks.
And who are you, then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Booze Boys. One day, I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Is this supposed to be an hospital? A pigsty would smell better.
Acho que eu consigo fazer um remédio de fadiga e dá pra esse idiota, filha da puta aí. Porque quanto mais saudável eu tiver, melhor vai ser pra mim. Quanto mais saudável aquele idiota tiver, mais eu vou conseguir recuperar. Fabricar 2 desse, consigo fabricar um desse, meu desse, dá pra fabricar uns 3 aqui. 5 tá bom. Dá pra fabricar 4, tá bom.
Hey!
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox.
This place is full of...
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Recuperação, né? Pra você recuperar, eu vou te pegar, irmão. Vou te quebrar na porra.
Can you remind me why we still work here?
Dr. Reed will help straighten things out in Pembroke, remember? I, for one, am still waiting to see it.
That's reassuring. Believe me, it gives me courage.
Nossa, velho. Dá pra me passar por uma ponte aqui? Nossa, isso vai dar trabalho, hein? Tá maluco? Você tá pior do que a fila do esgoto, irmão. Nossa, caralho! Ah, morri. Nossa, velho, que bicho forte do caralho. Mano, na fila do esgoto não é nada comparado com esse bicho, mas eu consigo derrotar ele. Não, eu consigo. Deixa eu só pegar uma aguinha que eu derroto ele. Pegar uma aguinha e já volto que eu mato esse filho da puta, mano. Aí eu vou ganhar experiência pra caralho matando ele, hein. Aí eu derrubo o fone de ouvido porque eu sou burro demais. Vai que não, desgramado. Onde é que eu tô? Pra cá. Agora eu vou acertar as contas com esse porra que tava aqui. Não. Esse porra tá fudido no lugar agora. Deixa eu já pra cá. Toma a segunda. Nossa, velho, quebrou, hein? Esse bicho é arrombado demais. Vou tomar a terceira. Nossa. Toma a quarta. Toma a quinta. Toma a sexta. Tu me dá sangue, tá ligado? Eu preciso de sangue também. Toma a primeira. Segunda. Terceira. Quarta. Quinta. Nossa, ficou sexta. Ah, morri! Nossa, mano, vai dar pra trocar com esse bicho não, tem que ir dormir. Não, esse bicho é arrombado, eu vou embora aqui, ó. Deixa esse porra aí. Quantos tem? Só tem esse? Tem dois.
It's closed.
Nossa, mas que tá atirando? Ah, mano. Tinha mais um, velho. Tá geral me sabugando essa porra, velho. Ah, mano, que isso, velho? Porra, eu tô jogando Free Fire, mano. O cara me deu um tiro lá do outro lado, o tiro acertando em mim. Mata aquele lá primeiro. É aquele ali primeiro, ó. E acho que ele é fome. Vou dar um bicho aqui também. Ah, mano, eu nem vi esse cara vindo, velho. Pelo amor de Deus, jogo. Já era essa coisa. Tá, agora tu já era, o pai ficou puto. Não, esse não, cara, esse não, cara. Aqui, agora nós estamos já tá pra ver, né? Para aí, beber uma aguinha, beber aguinha. Aguinha. Tá, esses bagulho eu já tinha lido. Fogãozinho. Descalço furtivo. Fica aqui, ó. Ah, qual foi, mano? Eu ataquei primeiro, velho.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Cara, melhor isso do que preciso mentir.
I have this thirst for blood.
Algoz incendiário de Prime, velho.
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. But the guards will group more and more every year.
When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. This is my first patrol. Best turn around if I were you. Don't come any closer. It's closed.
Só tem 2 aqui.
It's locked all right.
It's one of them!
That leech is fast!
A melhor habilidade que eu podia ter desbloqueado é essa daí, de poder usar meu sangue e me recuperar.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Aguinha. Vamos pra gameplay. Deixa eu ver algo aqui.
Fuck you all! Fuck it all! Stop it now, Albert, stop it! I won't end up another drunk arsehole living in the streets. Not me.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Esse cara tá me deixando puto, tá ligado?
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the street. Not me.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
You don't seem well.
Oh.
I will... What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. And now I'm just Ben. Ben the Tramp.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy just failed me last nerve.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
What about those we left behind, face down in the mud? You want to change places with them? You cannot waste your chance at life this way.
It's not that simple. I wouldn't have expected you to understand. I don't even know why I spoke to you in the first place.
What is...
The doctor...
What about the...
It's not that...
Nossa, mano, eu dei uma furada, mas tá beleza.
A gun?
Opa, uma mulher bem armada uma hora dessa na rua. É uma coisa fácil de se ver, ainda mais num bairro como esse. É uma coisa comum, no caso.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine.
Nossa, 35 conto. Reciclado em outros componentes. Caralho, mas 35 pila é 35 pila, né, velho? Vai comprar essa porra aí.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial. The Swanborough cordial can be
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Tem uma 42 metros.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right?
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Do you need help?
I only need you to...
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Have you heard of a nurse?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Right then.
Esse já vai dar um bocado de trem. Pelo outro atalho ali.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you?
I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson. Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Ah, pelo amor de Deus, mas... Você fica quieto com sua religião
What
e
do you
deixa
mean
outro com a
when you
ciência.
say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. And most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Você viu foi bando de vagabundo.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Fire is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
Essa é a sua vontade, seu psicopata louco.
You're nothing but a soulless butcher.
Exatamente.
A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean when you say that I am more...
All scientists are entangled in all...
Quite... I am. Do you know...
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in our country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
Olha, esse cara é mais louco do que eu pensava. Puta que me pariu.
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Ai, meu Deus, mano. Na moral, velho. Será que dá pra mim?
I have had enough.
Esse cara aí. Matei ele agora, não?
Goodbye.
Tô maluco, velho. Tô merda.
Over there! There's one of them!
Ah, mano, que porra é essa que esse cara tá jogando em mim, velho? Que isso, mano? Tem outra passagem, né?
This one's mine! Die! I'll take you this! Want some of this? Snap it, leech!
Tem que esperar diminuir o bagulho dele um pouquinho. Então eu vou no outro ali.
Stupid fucking beast! Killing's all you deserve. Look at it! Vicious fucker!
Caralho, mano, dá muito. Olha isso, velho. Que porra é essa, mano? Olha o dano que essa porra dá, velho. Não, 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 não. Tem um esconderijo aqui perto. Ah! Ah, já morri, velho. Ah, vai se fuder. Tá, pode finalizar, vai. Não, pelo amor de Deus, velho. Olha isso. Não, vou gastar, vou voltar lá no hospital, no esconderijo de Gidé e vamos fuder esses caras agora. Na hora que eu voltar, isso tá tudo fudido, meu amor.
I should never have taken up life.
Flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
It's all a bloody joke to you, isn't it? Stupid drugs for the sick and suffering.
It's locked, all right.
Ah, mas que beleza, olha isso, mano.
Die, vermin!
Marca dali o fogo.
Christ! He's dead!
É, eu deveria ter descansado no hospital. Vou ter que ir por aqui mesmo. Eu nem sabia. Cortar reto, correndo.
Fuck, it's fast! Get a taste of it!
Deixa eu voltar no hospital lá, botar uma pessoa pra descansar. Vou buscar mais uma agulha. Ah, que eu voltar eu mato você também, só arrombado. Achando que vai ficar livre aí pro resto da vida? Buscar uma aguinha da noite seguinte. Aí, voltei. Estado de saúde, 99%. Saudável. Quanto mais você matar, mais insalubre fica um distrito. Se o estado de saúde de um distrito ficar abaixo do limite crítico, a situação fica caótica. Cabe a você decidir o destino de um distrito. Agora dá. Tem mais culpa, ainda mais pica. Eu já vou até ali, ó. Primeiro aqui. Ah, não. Faz nem sentido você ter me acertado ali, viu? Quantos que você andou comendo, parceiro? Cara, vai ficar meia hora aqui. Dá na porrada, eu vou. Agora que tem bastante estamina, você tá ferrado, né? Ai, caralho. Consegui dar isso aqui. Vem. Vem. Será um fodão. Vai dar esse gritinho de merda aí não. Será um fodão? Vem. Não vou chupar não. Aqui é o fodão. Tomou 2 stun aí pra deixar de ser trouxa, ó. Toma o terceiro, ó. Deixa de ser trouxa. Toma o quarto, toma o quinto. Por isso tá mirando. Toma o sexto. Vai. Oh my god. Ainda ganhei um bilhete aí, ó. Bilhete dos botineiros. Quanto ao recrutamento de novos botineiros em Witch Champion, acho que encontramos um Albi. Ele é burro como uma porta, mas durão. Pedi para ele provar que poderia conseguir drogas no mercado negro e ele as entregou rapidamente. Na próxima vez que nos encontrarmos, vou dizer a ele que foi aceito como um botineiro, o que deve encontrar os chefes para receber ordens.
I'm sure Albert would like to know he's been accepted by the Wet Boot Boys.
Level 2, 3, level 4, tá? Aí. Eu tenho level 18 agora há pouco. Não ganhei porra não de experiência, véi. Nossa, velho, tomei muito dano.
Closed. Drop the leaks, boys! I'll send you back in a fucking grave! Don't like that, do ya?
Uou, isso aqui eu não tinha reparado, não.
I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Mano, eu fui lá no hospital, tive que atravessar essa porra toda. Eu descobri que tinha um esconderijo bem aqui. Isso é sacanagem.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Acho que agora eu consigo derrotar aqueles lá. Nossa, tô travando o jogo. Tá rodando bem alto.
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. The guards recruit more and more every year. When did you join the guard? 2 days ago.
Let's turn around if I were you. Sir, step away now. It's a leech. Kill it. He's gone. I'll take it. That leech is fast. We have to stop it! Oh my God!
Peraí.
I cannot enter. How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
I found the recruiter you were expecting. He's dead, but he carried a note. The Wet Boot Boys have accepted your application.
I knew it! I told you I was tough enough. I'll be free soon.
You're being manipulated by these criminals. What's worse is that you're clever enough to know better.
You're all fancy words, none of which concern me. Go worry about someone else. I'm fine and I've a future here.
Goodbye, young man. How are you, boy?
I'm not your...
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling...
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable. Good evening. You don't...
Always.
I will see you later. A gun?
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
For there is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in France. Our top priority must be to put an end to this butchery. This war must stop now.
Sir, streets are a battlefield too. An invisible and untold war is going on, and it must be stopped.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I'm convinced there is more at work here than a simple epidemic.
Really? To be honest, I could say the same. Some of the sick I saw or heard of. My God, what happened to them?
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby. I care about everything involving public health and this epidemic.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Mano, não dá, velho. Esse bicho, mano. Ah, morri, velho. Ah, mano, qual foi? Mano, que bicho desgraçado, velho. Até que eu tive que a minha. Filha da puta. Não, agora não tem nada, mano. Os caras restauram tudo e eu tô aqui, ó, sem vida. Vou ter que pegar o outro.
Protection against malevolence and trickery.
Ai, caralho, mano. Ai, caralho. Agora vamos deitar aqui de mordida, vamos? mordeu um bocado. Vamos retribuir com a mesma moeda. Ai, caralho. Qual foi, menor? Não aguentou, não? Mano, foi mais fácil lutar com esses três do que com aquele lá, velho. Ah, foi o cara que mandou pra...
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
Caralho, o cara mandou a boa, hein?
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
Cara desgramado, velho.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel, if she moves uptown.
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox, the stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Alternativa para as frequências da câmera, né? Ah, agora eu tenho.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Tell me about Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia.
Então ela é muito interessante.
You don't seem to need my... Very well. Goodbye, then.
Opa, espera aí, minha filha.
Hello again, miss. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary.
Mano, essa porra não fala nada.
A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye, then.
Não seria essa, cara. Minha querida e amadas crianças, lamento não ter dado notícias por alguns meses. A situação em Londres está complicada. Eu sei que parece egoísmo e tolice, enquanto vocês, minhas crianças, ainda vivem em um país consumido pela guerra, mas também há uma guerra em andamento aqui na Inglaterra, uma guerra contra a pobreza e contra a injustiça. Esta é uma guerra da qual pretendo participar, apesar da minha idade avançada, é por isso que escrevo para vocês hoje. Eu não voltarei para a Romênia, isso significa que provavelmente não verei vocês novamente antes de morrer. Não fiquem tristes, minhas queridas crianças, agora vocês já cresceram e têm suas próprias crianças. Vocês conhecem O sacrifício que às vezes precisamos aceitar para tornar o mundo um lugar melhor. E é isso que farei agora, para me sentir útil uma última vez. Desejo a vocês uma vida longa e feliz. Beijem meus netos por mim e lembre-se de que seu pai ama vocês. Mesmo estando em um país distante e frio do seu pai, sempre amoroso, dar
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in. Hello again.
Que para enfeitiçar. Ah, eu preciso de 5.
Very well.
Eu tenho quanto poder de enfeitiçamento, tá?
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need
That would be nice.
If you persist in investigating the most pox...
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye. Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again. Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though. If you want to talk to...
We've not been formally introduced. May I...
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here to keep snitches and spies away from Dorothea. And I also run this little print shop.
Do you need some help, Mr. Petrescu?
I am very tired, but that is all. I don't need you, Doctor.
Well, I think you do. Take this, and you'll feel better.
Free drugs from an English doctor? It must be my lucky day.
So Dorothy's real name is not Crane?
Like myself and many people in this area. Dorothea is from occupied Romania. That's all you need to know.
She seems important to the community.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to hear of Whitechapel's misery. Dorothea is one of the few doing something about it.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever, too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, We could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that
o
awful
nome do jogo é
poet who
Vampyr.
constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A
O
good man
personagem é
for
transformado em
sure,
um
but a
vampiro
very
e no
poor
final,
writer.
dependendo das minhas escolhas, eu salvo todo mundo ou eu mato todo mundo.
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel.
Essa é a parte que eu aqui, caramba. Então é isso, né? Perguntas pessoais agora.
Do you have any family left, Mr.
Da
Petrescu?
hora, tô curtindo.
Children or grandchildren?
Faz umas
Who knows?
3, 4 horas que eu tô jogando, mas tá
I
interessante.
have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
Saí correndo, valeu pelo follow.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied,
Vamos que é do
Darius.
jogo do Mario.
Tell me more about it.
I know my
A
days are
notificação
numbered,
que eu
and I
pus
know
foi
I
o
won't see my
Assassin's Creed
homeland
7, é o meu
again.
jogo favorito.
But I fought for Romania all my
Pena
life.
que eu não consigo jogar ele em
And I
live porque ele é
will
muito
until
pesado.
my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. And I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Nossa.
Goodbye, Mr.
Foda do
Petrescu.
jogo é que tem muita coisa pra ler. Então tá, então a enfermeira é Crane, não se chama Crane, se chama Dorothea. Ela veio da Romênia, deixa eu ver aqui. Meu Deus! Quanta coisa, não vou ler agora não. Maluco, eu quero saber o que ela tá fazendo, tá ligado? Vou roubar geral, vou roubar tudo que dá pra roubar aqui. Aí, pronto, vou fazer os remédios depois. Cara, acho que eu pus no baixo. Vamos ver como é que tá o gráfico dele. É, a maioria tá no baixo. Médio, baixo, médio. Qualidade da textura, acho que dá pra pôr no ultra. É, realmente não dá não, fica bem travadinho. É no médio. Ah, aqui porque eu gosto de jogar com a resolução nativa do meu monitor. 1450, configurações, avançado. Tô no alto. Dá uma melhorada. Se não me engano, ela tá aqui. Desconhecido. Que desconhecido, certeza que é a Dorothy. Doroteia, sei lá.
Razvan, can you hear my voice? I need help.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
It's too dangerous to operate with these convulsions. Sedative, nurse. Do we have any anesthetics?
I'm sorry, Doctor. None at all.
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
Nossa, e agora, velho? Deu uma pegada. Ah, vou nessa, cara.
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along?
Caralho, acho que o cara morreu. Eu deveria ter feito outra coisa, hein? Enfim, eu não sou um médico, cara. Como é que eu vou saber dessas porra?
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could? Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
Eu acho que não tinha jeito de salvar ele não, acho que tinha que acontecer isso mesmo, velho. Mas quem sabe? Tô jogando o jogo pela primeira vez.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
Ah, não, eu não vou matar ela. Encantar, talvez? Será que tem poder suficiente para encantar ela?
Listen very carefully, Dorothy. You will erase from your memory everything you pretend to know about Lady Ashbury and Pembroke Hospital.
Let that rich bitch off the hook over my dead
Nurse
body.
Crane, enough. Listen as if your life depended on every word. I know you've a generous heart who gives freely to those in need, but you shall walk away from the shadier streets of your business.
I will never abandon...
Dorothy, the discussion has come to a close. Your clandestine activities in the Resistance are over. Let it go.
I'll let it go. Yes. All gone.
Caraca, mano. Queria só um vampiro pra fazer as meninas me esquecer. Não se está disponível para matar. Ah, então dependendo de quantas pessoas eu vou enfeitiçando, vai aumentando o meu nível. Ah, isso é uma boa, hein?
It's locked, all right.
Acho que agora eu tenho que voltar pro hospital, né? Meu amigo. Que? Alguma coisa invadiu aqui. Ah, filha da mãe. Nossa, sabia. Isso é bom, né? É. O bagulho de feitiço é bom, tá ligado? Porque aí eu não vou precisar forçar ninguém a nada, tá ligado? Você já vai estar enfeitiçado mesmo. Passa. Passa. Não gosto de apertar a habilidade errada.
Take a breath of this!
Esses caras não têm respeito com ninguém, mata todo mundo aí, pô. Só pra tentar me pegar. Não dá pra usar um, não? Ah, não, não. Acho que minha vida tá cheia. Ih, não tá não, não dá pra usar. Por quê? Será que mataram o velhinho? Deu ruim. Ó, se liga na habilidade. Vai, caralho. Eu tô no PC, cara. Ó, vai tomar essa bugada. Vai tomar outra bugada, vai tomar outra bugada, vai tomar outra bugada. Liguei errado lá em cima. Se ele morre, o que acontece? Ah, isso é bom, né? Você de aham. Tá trancado aqui agora. Foi destrancado. Tem que voltar pro hospital, eu acho. Informe Lady Ashbridge.
Hello, Mr. Petrescu.
Hello.
Peraí, pra que eu entrei? Peraí, eu não morro não, velho. Achei que as velhas tinham morrido.
Science fails you. This elixir will give you faith again.
Ah, nós já sabemos que esse tal antídoto seu é bom. Daqui a pouco a gente não pensa na live. Né? Ah, é sim, espera, né? O jogo é bom, hein? Recomendo. Tem 3. Eu acho que tem 2 no YouTube, que eu tô streamando por aqui pelo YouTube também. Tá sendo transmitido lá também. Aí eu tô com os 2 chats abertos. Vamos ver aqui. Ninguém por perto. Fica boa. Se eu não me engano, tem um monstro ali embaixo que eu tava afim de matar ele, velho. Mas tem uns cadentes aqui. Tem mais não, acho que eu vou lá no monstro, peraí. Já travaram o pegadão 2 ali lá. Toma. Nossa, fiquei 6 também. Toma. 4, escudo. Resistiu ao atropelamento. Quebrou meu escudo. Morte. Tomou uma estourada. Ai, que pegou agora. Recupera a vida. Vem não. Ai, caralho. Ai, caralho. Ai, nossa, aí fodeu. Vamos em seguida. Mais uma. Matei. Recuperar minha vida. E ver se tinha alguma coisa aqui pra me pegar. Componente de gatilho. Trancado.
It's locked.
Porta desse lado. Tá, dá pra gastar um pouquinho pra reparar minha vida. Fácil tudo tá. Tem que voltar pro hospital, né? O difícil é voltar pro hospital, cara. Se bem que eu não tô vendo ninguém.
Human blood.
Sangue humano.
Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Seja o que for, deixou o marco de propósito. Será que era aquele bicho que eu acabei de matar? Nossa, me fudeu. Mano, vocês é arrombado, hein? Justo agora que eu tô sem sangue. Suficiente pra... Meu Deus, mano. F. Caralho, mano, se eu não tivesse dormido antes de vir pra cá, eu tava ferrado agora. Ai, beleza. Caralho. Ainda bem que eu vou ter ainda. Caralho. Agora acho que é 4 stun, né?
Burn it, boys!
Caralho. Agora vem mais, cara.
Josh the leech, boys!
Caralho, mano, para de vir. Nossa, precisa recuperar sangue, vem cá. Tá. Nossa, eu tô sem estamina. Caralho, velho. Para de me acertar com essa... Caralho, mano. Tá vindo mais esses bostinhos fraquinhos, velho. Ah, não. Deixa eu focar no grandão lá, então. Eu tenho que stunar esses fraquinhos. Tá o sangue deles. Caralho, tá foda, viu? Não, tem que usar a habilidade. A habilidade número 1, que tá aí do lado. Eu tenho que ter sangue pra usar ela. Aí eu recupero vida. É por isso que eu fico estudando esses fraquinhos, chupando o sangue deles, pra mim poder usar a habilidade. Nossa, tomei muito dano agora. Cadê o outro fraco? Morreu. Agora eu matei. Passei. Só questão de paciência. Nossa, que esse negócio. Vem, vou te estourar. Ah, mano, cadê a luz desse bicho de fogo? É foda. Agora eu matei ele. Por que eu que matei? Eu tô fazendo. Pronto, vida cheia, matei todo mundo aqui. Vambora. Amostra de sangue robusta aguçada. Os caras fizeram até uma marcação maluca aqui. Vai pro hospital e pra esse lado. Opa. Será que ele tá aqui em cima de novo grandão que eu tinha matado? Deixa eu ver. Ah, um furtivo, level 12, mano. Vem. Me dá mais experiência. Pera aí, mas vai chamar os amigos também, pô? Pega e vem sozinho, arrombado. Um já foi. Já foi também. Agora eu vou chupar. Também já era. Ai! Caraca, o cara me habilidade contra mim, velho. Vem. Nossa, que funciona, né? Vem. Será um foda, não? Eu matei foi seu chefe, eu levo 18. Acho que vai me matar? Já era. Botar esses bagulho aqui que dá pra fazer remédio pra galera. Quanto mais saudável estiver, mais experiência eu ganho na hora de roubar o sangue deles. Nossa. Tem nada aqui pra me pegar também, não? Só um monte de sangue aqui. Fizeram a limpa nos patrulheiros que estão aqui no meu lugar, né? Tem alguma coisa aqui no chão. Não, não abrir não. Cadê esse aqui? Ah, só uma moeda, mano. É foda. Como é que eu vou negociar com os caras com uma moeda? Uma moeda não compra nada. Aqui. Também dá pra sugar o sangue do rato.
I have this thirst for blood.
Bom, o que que tem aqui? O que que eu vou achar? Cadogan. Desconhecido. Skull no negócio. Tem um Skull atacando alguém aqui. Vou matar vocês primeiro. Level 6 já dá um trabalho pro pai, sabe? Eita porra, vocês é fraco. Agora deixa eu salvar o cara que tá aqui embaixo. Cadê ele? Ah, então você tá essa habilidade também, seu arrombado? Ah, então você... Mano, vai dar um trabalhinho pro pai. Ah, matei. Ah, então você não era tão forte quanto você pensava, né? Achei que ia dar trabalho, mas... Eu só usava essa habilidade aqui. É fraco. Deixa eu ver esse cara aqui que eu salvei. Peraí. Deixa eu pegar algumas coisas aqui primeiro. Aqui também. Cartinha. Um texto ilegível escrito em Braille. Apenas com o título em alfabeto romano. Cura para a cegueira. Escrito em Braille.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
A fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens would kill me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
Ai, voltei. Nossa, perdi toda a explicação do cara. Vou ter que ler depois no YouTube lá, quando a live sai. Perdi essa parte. Atendeu o correio ali, pegou os negócios de mão. Dá pra me enfeitiçar ele, feio, ó. Será? O que acontece se eu enfeitiçar ele? Enfeiticei. Pra abraçar ele. Não tem ninguém vendo aqui mesmo. Ninguém viu.
Was I that evil to deserve such punishment? My only regret is that no one will mourn me. For I have never been loved.
O distrito sofrerá as consequências das suas ações. Ih, qual foi, menor? Acho que eu fiz merda, hein? Acho que eu fiz merda, hein? Nossa. Ah? Que cabo? Deu ruim, né? Acho que, eu acredito que sim, porque pelo que apareceu, o distrito sofrerá as consequências das suas ações. Eu ainda não sei, né? A gente tem que ver depois, porque eu acho que cada noite que passa a gente pode olhar o distrito, como é que tá a situação dele. Eu tento evitar ao máximo dormir e pegar o máximo de experiência, porque na hora que você dorme, você evolui o personagem, adquire novas habilidades e tal. Então eu tô tentando evitar ao máximo dormir. Que aí quando eu for evoluir, o distrito não sofreu muito com as minhas ações. É o que eu penso, né? Eu acredito que vai dar mais certo. Eu salvei o cara pra matar ele. Ironia do destino. Mas eu queria testar, não tinha matado ninguém assim ainda. Eu adquiri 1000 e pouco, né? De experiência, eu acho. O quê? Ah, não sei não. Vê aí se tá com o nome dele. Se não tiver, não sei. Nossa, tá travando agora. Voltou. Vamos lá no hospital. Pronto, cheguei no hospital. Eu tenho que formar a lei de... sei lá do que. Lei de Ashbrook, que é uma vampira também. Cadê ela? Ah, tá aqui dentro.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Hiding your true appetites behind a facade of compassion. Bravo. Very clever indeed.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
No need to apologize, my lady. I know exactly what you endure.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
The case is closed, your ladyship. The person who took advantage of you has, shall we say, seen the error of her ways.
So who was it?
My lady, the blackmailer was dealt with using the utmost discretion. The culprit's identity is of no relevance.
Thank you, Jonathan. That is exactly what I needed from you. You have proven your loyalty, so, as a friend, please accept this small token of my appreciation. If you have an inclination to learn more about vampires or your current situation, I will be glad to aid you in your quest for knowledge.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then.
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Skull?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet,
Como esse
and
personagem
as long as
virou
they do
vampiro?
not interfere,
Cara, ainda não entendi
we have
como
come
algum
to a
vampiro mordeu
mutual
ele
understanding.
e transformou ele. Não sugou todo o sangue dele, apenas transformou no começo da história. E aí ele tava com a sede muito de sangue e acabou encontrando a irmã dele e matou a irmã dele. E ele quer fazer o vampiro que eu transformei em vampiro pagar. Foi isso, no começo da história é essa.
And no one suspected you of the murders.
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
Se eu não tô enganado, é a terceira live, onde tem 3 horas lá. Eu tava jogando Free Fire, depois eu comecei a jogar aqui, e aí hoje eu tô jogando só isso.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
As lives, tudo que eu faço, fica tudo salvo lá no YouTube, porque tá sendo streamado lá nesse tempo e depois fica salvo. Se eu não me engano, algumas demoram 24 horas pra salvar. Porque eu não sei, algumas salvam até que rápido. Mas é essa média, 24 horas pra eles aparecer lá. É, depois que termina, no caso.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
E aí, série de games BR.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you.
As lives sempre ficam salvas no
considering how
YouTube, caso você queira
cruelly
assistir
he
depois
treated
também.
you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Não, o cara tá matando, sugando as pessoas o tempo todo e não sabe que ela é um vampiro.
Defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Jogo Free Fire também, cara. Tem vários outros jogos ainda pra fazer live. Muito jogo ainda que eu peguei tudo na época de graça.
Are you
de graça.
an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon, are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society. And like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Então não foi acidente ter me transformado em vampiro.
I bid you
Isso é uma
farewell.
boa.
For now.
Essa é uma informação boa.
I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
Assim aqui pra mim ver quanto tempo eu tô fazendo. Já tá 4 horas de live. Nossa. Eu sabia que eu tava muito tempo, mas não tanto tempo assim.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Doctor.
Eu tinha descoberto alguma coisa sobre ele?
Goodbye, Nurse.
Acho que eu tinha. Deixa eu analisar a amostra lá. Eu juro que eu li cocaína. Tá maluco.
It's locked.
Mensagem do Dr. Salves. Querido Jonathan, pedi à enfermeira Kenny para providenciar o escritório para você no segundo andar. Por favor, Releve a decoração simples, pois o Hospital Peterburg está longe de ser um The Ritz. Lamento por deixá-lo conhecer seu escritório sozinho, mas prefiro dormir um pouco antes de voltar a trabalhar, afinal sou um mero mortal. Também pedi que o deixassem descansar, ou que nenhum funcionário entrasse na sua sala. Você poderá dormir o dia inteiro sem ser perturbado e trabalhar à noite sem levantar suspeitas. Receio que o lugar esteja um tanto bagunçado, mas você terá liberdade para conduzir seus experimentos no seu próprio ritmo. Você também verá que há uma janela aberta com andaime que o permite entrar e sair do hospital sem ser notado. Imagina o quão novo e perturbador tudo isso deve parecer para você. Acredite, estudei sua espécie o suficiente para entender o que está enfrentando e sentindo neste momento. Não se preocupe, farei o que for possível para ajudá-lo com essa situação. Saiba que não está sozinho nisso. Estou feliz por tê-lo conhecido nesses tempos sombrios que todos nós estamos enfrentando. Espero que a nossa futura parceria gere bons frutos. Bem-vindo ao Peterburg, meu caro colega. Conversaremos em breve. Atenciosamente, Edgar Griffith Salwensa. PS, deixei cópias de algumas anotações das minhas descobertas sobre Econs nos últimos anos. Sinta-se livre para ler sobre isso se precisar de um pouco de orientação, contanto que não use este conhecimento para tirar vantagem de mim. O doutor é esperto, mano. A amostra. A amostra do sangue de rasa. Aqui eu posso criar. Recupera instantaneamente 60 pontos de sangue. Recupera instantaneamente 300 pontos de vida. Depois mais 150 em 15 segundos. Eu não usei esses trem antes, beleza? Deu pra fazer duas? Ok. Bronquite, resfriado, pneumonia, serpe, anemia. Fazer um remédio de bronquite, vou fazer 2. Aqui eu vou fazer uns 4, porque a galera gosta desse remédio. Sim, tá bom. Vamos fazer um desse também, 2. Aqui não tem codeína suficiente, né? Realmente não tem. Dá pra evoluir as armas, né? Tava esquecendo. Tá, aumenta o dano causado em 10%, absorve pontos de sangue a cada golpe da arma. Muito melhor os pontos de sangue, velho. O bagulho já todo... dá pra evoluir só um, velho. Aqui dá pra evoluir mais. Vou melhorar aqui. Reduz o consumo de vigor, absorve cada golpe da arma. Dá pra aumentar mais um. Isso é bom. Absorve ponto de sangue a cada golpe. Cada golpe da arma. Vamos absorver sangue. Sangue é sempre bom, cara.
Razvan Va.
Agora o que eu vou fazer? Eu vou equipar ela. É isso aqui, eu vou desequipar. TG.
Was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Estabelecendo a conexão da epidemia. Que isso? Dr. Triff, Dr. Strickland e Dr. Ackroyd. Caralho, os três ficam na mesma sala, mano. Agora eu entendi por que um deles estava tão puto. Eu recebi a minha própria sala enquanto eu tenho que dividir as outras. Ali. O que você tem aqui pra nós, cara? Aí falar que não tem nada pra me pegar nessa sala assim. Espécies raras de vampiros com estudos. Depois rolei isso. Eu já quero iniciar a próxima missão porque tem muita coisa pra ler no jogo, velho. Se eu for ler tudo, eu vou ficar aqui, ó. Carta de aviso. O Dr. Strickland alega que salvar o braço do homem com uma cirurgia, porém eu acho que, se houver complicações, ele pode perder o funcionamento do braço. Nosso jovem colega é um cirurgião muito audacioso e ousado. Ele tem tudo para se tornar um grande profissional em alguns anos, mas no momento ele não tem a habilidade necessária para uma operação tão arriscada. Não preciso lembrar dos erros que ele cometeu no passado, certo? E como o Dr. Stickland se recusa a me ouvir, eu lhe aconselho vividamente a proibi-lo de executar um experimento tão perigoso. Respeitosamente, Dr. Wesley Eckwood. Mais nada aqui não? Hospital Prebrook, 4 de agosto. Caro Dr. Saonça, será um prazer gerenciar o necrotério temporário assim que ele for inaugurado. Como já lhe disse, atuei com médicos no campo durante a guerra e ficarei honrado em servir meu país novamente. Sei que ser um médico para os mortos não é o mesmo que ser um médico para os vivos, mas também é nosso dever acolher aqueles que se foram e cuidar bem deles. Garanto que darei o melhor de mim para realizar essa nova função com máxima competência. Quanto às minhas qualificações, sinto muito não poder fornecer nada mais valioso do que a minha palavra. Juro que fui um médico em meu regimento durante a guerra e que salvei muitas vidas na função. Se minha palavra não for bastante, peço que entre em contato com a administração do Exército para verificar a minha experiência e minhas habilidades. Eles confirmarão que, mesmo eu não tendo ingressado nos estudos da medicina, eu aprendi na guerra tudo o que um médico realmente precisa saber. Atenciosamente, Reiki Shadara, ex-médico.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
I have a few leads, but nothing I can share for now. I need more time and more evidence.
I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on the matter.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
But the risk of infection using vampire blood could compound the situation.
I know, but your blood now carries remarkable regenerative properties. With our minds and your blood, there's nothing we couldn't cure.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
Oh, cara, mas querem me usar de cobaia.
But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
Ele que matou a irmã dele, cara. Ele já sabe disso. Vou sair por aqui onde ninguém possa me ver, né?
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Ah, não, é pra cá.
I'm sorry you ended up like playing in court medical bench. I
essa ponte. Temos um novato, um cadete e um novato. Combatente de Prime, aí já é mais trabalhoso.
Step away, sir.
Aí tu tá me safando, né? Me recuperar a povo aí, cuidado de tu. Morreu. Vem, cuzão, vem, cuzão.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Skull.
Somebody help! Go on. What do you want? Somebody help!
Caraca, velho!
What do you want? Somebody help! What do you want? Somebody help!
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
Carnage. Is this man's far too old to be Samuel? No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. As I feared. Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
De outubro, o Padre Arco é tão justo, tão cheio de compaixão, amor pelos aflitos. Essa cidade só precisa das palavras dele. Hoje à noite, dei tudo o que tinha a ele: minha força, minha fé, minha fortuna. E se isso não for o bastante, eu sei onde encontrar mais. 17 de outubro. Eu e o Padre Richard visitamos uma casa abandonada perto da igreja de Santa Maria. O lugar era pavoroso e fedorento. Ratos disputavam os quartos com os inquilinos que ainda insistiam em habitar os lares decrépitos. A maioria deles estava doente, um fedor terrível, terrível. No último andar, o Padre Whittaker encontrou um senhor deitado em um colchão sujo, tossindo e cuspindo sangue em uma cuia. O Padre Whittaker se ajoelhou na frente dele e rezou por muito tempo. O homem pareceu melhorar um pouco. Em seguida, nós ajudamos a encontrar a luz. Chorei naquela hora e ainda choro ao escrever essas palavras, pois nunca vi uma alma tão aliviada ao encontrar a salvação. O Padre Whittaker é um santo. Deus me livre de parecer arrogante ou orgulhoso, mas quero poder salvar tantas almas quanto ele, pois é um verdadeiro privilégio testemunhar tais milagres. 19 de outubro, hoje à noite, fomos aos prostíbulos à beira do canal. Admito que tive medo de cruzar o caminho de Jezebel, mas os prédios estavam abandonados há muito tempo. Prostituição e infecções ainda andam de mãos dadas, explicou o Padre Whittaker. Mas seus clientes se debandam em um piscar de olhos ao mencionar a palavra doença. No último bordel, encontramos duas mulheres doentes dormindo juntas em um pedaço em pecado sobre lençóis sujos. O cheiro, mais uma vez, era insuportável. Era o cheiro do demônio e da doença, explicou o Padre Whittaker. Antes de ajoelhar-se para rezar por aquelas duas almas perdidas, as mulheres estavam tão debilitadas e doentes que sequer se mexeram quando derramei a gasolina nos lençóis. Suas almas agora estão libertas e purificadas. 21 de outubro. O Padre Whittaker é um santo. Não permitirei que ninguém duvide do homem sagrado que ele é. Ele precisa de mais apoio, mas como todo verdadeiro profeta, ele está sozinho. Precisa que seus seguidores doem mais de si. Precisa de amor e de provas de amor. Amanhã voltarei ao cemitério para desenterrar mais riquezas para ele. Os mortos não precisam de bens materiais, já que o Padre Whittaker precisamos comer. 27 de outubro, hoje à noite foi a primeira vez que liderei a patrulha. Escolhi retornar ao local, visitamos há 10 dias para ver se mais almas precisavam ser libertas. O Padre Whittaker aprovou minha escolha, já que a obra de um servo de Deus nunca acaba e o mal nunca descansa. Ele explicou. Também disse que se eu continuar assim, talvez ele me entregue missões e tarefas mais importantes. Mal posso esperar, mas 3 almas foram purificadas de toda corrupção hoje à noite. Deus me livre de parecer arrogante ou orgulhoso, mas eu ouso dizer que estamos a caminho rumo à glória. Esse padre maluco incendiário tem que morrer, velho. talvez, né? Tobias Victor, pra Tobias, merda. Ele fica matando fogo.
Tem mais dois lateral. Lateral direito, lateral esquerdo, no meio de campo. Mais
O zagueiro cancelou. Pará não veio, acho que Sidney também não.
Isso aqui é do São Paulo, não.
Não, de São Paulo não, do Cruzeiro, que foi revelado do Cruzeiro. Michael.
Jogou no São Paulo.
Jogou em São Paulo e depois foi pra fora. Suburbo de branco. Novo esconderijo. Esconderijo. Aqui, olha então. Ah, tá suave. Ah, é, tá. Caraca, não tô esse. Malandro.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony. This is despicable. Avery, I leave you to care for my mother. I'm in no state to comfort her. My mother would die if she were to see me in this state. I must wait.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How is it possible? Tell me. Is it so easy to take a life every night, and then just smile and nod at those you spared?
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Sir, no civilians allowed.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel. This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
That's gonna be smart.
Olha, amor! Olha, amor, você vai? Vem, o que você tá comendo? Fruta.
Oi.
Pode, volta aqui quando você vai. Aonde?
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
Just know, I cared for her.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What would you like her to know?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Whatever happened on this dock is between my sister and I. It does not concern God at all.
Opa, mais uma desconhecida para mim conversar. Vamos saber mais do que acontece no
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick. Though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly. But it is not your concern, Doctor.
What do you know about Nurse Crane and her dispenser?
That woman is a saint. She's living proof that a strong will is sometimes all you need to make a difference.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself, as be...
Rapaziada, dá um segundo, preciso ir no banheiro. Um segundo. Vou pausar aqui para não acontecer ainda uma merda. Fudeu. Ih, fudeu. Caralho, velho. Que porra é essa, mano?
Be strong, brothers! Stop! Vampire! No rest! Lord, give us strength! Free wind shall prevail!
Pô, mano, por que tinha que vir essa arrombada aí, mano? Esse gigantão aí desgramado. Estragou minha gameplay. Foi só os dois pequenininhos, tudo bem, mas não vejo gigantão aí, ó. E eu nem reparei, será que a gente perde a experiência quando morre? Eu não sei, vamos descobrir depois outra hora. Eu vou voltar só ao hospital agora, vou correr lá pro hospital. Vou ter que derrotar esses arrombados. Vou ter que derrotar ele de novo, quer ver? Não dá pra assim que passa a porra, não. Tem que dar.
Look lively! It's on to us! Stay back, beast!
Vai ter que dar.
Kill it! I shall fear no evil!
Remember you. Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me. Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sick. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur. I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. The flower's dying, so the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity. Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Spineless bourgeois. Nothing but an obsessed and arrogant.
Good evening, Miss Howell. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich.
Ah, já perguntei se eu tinha que
Ali.
tá vendo. Bom, vou ali sentar, aumentar minha experiência e encerrar a live, porque... Caralho, já bateu o horário. Nossa senhora. Já bateu a hora. Vamos lá. Bom, eu não fiz muito mortido em combate, vou dar uma aumentada aqui, mas é de 300 pra isso. Tá, aí já tá bom. Névoa sombria. Porque essa lata de sangue também. Aumentar as garras, estou usando bastante ela. Ira. Você perde o controle, deixa eu ver se eu tomar conta do que você procura por ele. A vez você transporta para todos os inimigos à sua volta e golpeia furiosamente. Abismo. Cria um vórtice de sombras sobre os pés do inimigo. As sombras que criarão vida e interromperam as ações do inimigo na área. Causaram imenso dano. Quanto que é? 3? Eu prefiro que gostei do abismo. Gostei. 300, acho que dá pra alguma coisa com 300, tá? 360. 1300, não tem nada pra 300, não. Aqui, talvez? Tem. A número de suros é melhor por enquanto. Confirmar aqui, né? Na noite seguinte. Desaparecimento em um Whitekipple. Relatos de desaparecimentos misturados aumentam nas últimas semanas. A situação chegou a tal ponto que testemunhas estão tendo que fazer fila para prestar seus depoimentos a um policial. Embora este fenômeno pareça estar acontecendo por toda a nação, os depoimentos ocorrido nas últimas 24 horas convergem para uma única área no país, Whitechapel, Londres. Sim, mais uma vez o desprezado e odiado Westworld precisa lidar sozinho com seus muitos problemas, mas apesar deste novo e aviltante descaso das autoridades, diversas famílias do distrito já denunciaram o desaparecimento de um familiar ou de um vizinho para a delegacia de polícia mais próxima. O que aconteceu com todas essas pessoas desaparecidas? Onde estão? O único ponto em comum entre todos parece ser a saúde debilitada e a necessidade de cuidados médicos urgentes. Até recentemente, poucos sabiam que o único lugar que se conseguia esse tipo de ajuda era o discreto ambulatório organizado por uns bons samaritanos não identificados. O lugar, no entanto, parece estar fechado e nada se soube dele recentemente. Será que os desaparecidos foram para outro lugar escondidos? Será que foram movidos discretamente por algum serviço mais oficial? Eventualmente, a Comissão de Saúde do Conselho do Condado de Londres terá que prestar contas sobre este novo mistério. Tá, ficou crítico, mano. Tá crítico o estado de saúde, ó. Dela? Dorothy desaparecida agora. Crítico. Nossa, agora dá uma pegada. Fadiga. Fadiga também. Cristina Popa. Abraçou. Matei ele. Podem ter mudado. Tá. Westworld estável, crítico, saudável. Ah, tava grave, agora que eu pra crítico, tá ficando pior a situação. Aqui tava saudável, continua saudável. E as docas está estável agora. As docas, se eu não me engano, também tava grave. Isso é bom. Bom, então leva 12, vamos ficando por aqui no momento. Valeu, até amanhã. Amanhã teremos mais uma live, continuando no jogo. Até zerar, não sei quantos por cento que nós estamos. E é isso.